Welcome to Marlborough College, welcome to Hammersley, first 15 pitch. In front of you can see a few of the old boys warming up prior to the start of their tennis-side contest, which will be getting underway here shortly. Owing to the unseasonably warm weather, I think they've decided that they need a little bit longer to prepare, take on a bit more extra fluid, and so on and so forth. So they're just having a bit of touch just to get things warmed up. There's Billy James, formerly of C1. Henry Martin of Preshute. And a whole host of others. We've got a really good turnout from the Old Marbruians today as part of the college's Festival of Sport. There are all sorts of contests going on. The girls have got a block fixture in their hockey against Lord Wandsworth School. The boys in rugby as a block fixture taking on Eton. The first 15 game will be here on Hammersley from 3 p.m. this afternoon. There is a Southwest Regional lacrosse tournament going on upfield as well as a host of other sports, including fives and some other minor sports as well. I'll give you a full rundown of that in a moment. I'm Richard Wilmot. I am head of the lower sixth, and I've been part of the rugby setup here for almost 10 years. I'm not necessarily the most proficient of coaches. I take the 4th 15, but I'll be your host for this afternoon, and hopefully I'll be able to add a little bit of interest and colour to proceedings. So as I say, the OMs are just having a bit of a final warm-up, and once we're underway we can do a proper rundown of the teams and we can see what levels they are still performing at. The Malones are a side who have a good number of games over the course of the old boys season, but it's always difficult to get the same team out every week, so it's interesting to see. Some of these guys will have played a lot of rugby, some of these guys might not have played in so long, but we'll see what they're capable of producing shortly, and it's bound to be a fun game. Tens is always a fantastic spectacle, and clearly there are some excited players out there on the pitch. So, as you'll see by looking out across a completely empty pitch, there's no rugby going on at the moment. Quick update. So the game will start at 1:15. They're going to play 2 halves of 15 minutes. And I can run through the sides for you now. The home side, as they will be, who will be in blue and white stripes, captained by Dom Coulson of C1, with Zach Chukwuemeka of Summerfield, Alex Watts, Ed Wrench, Neil Prakash, Will Hammersley, Archie Dark, Charlie Brooke, Seb Hebblethwaite, Matt Hook, and listed is George Edgedale, but I've not seen George as yet, so I wonder whether or not we will actually see him. The away team, who will be playing in the dark blue and maroon stripes, are Henry Martin, Billy James, Kamdi Dozie Ajegbu, Jack Dunn, Ed Betts, Will Freeman, Toby Finley, Morgan James, Max Robinson, and their captain and the man who's responsible for putting all of this together today is Finn Walsh. So, the two teams just congregating. Final words of encouragement for each other. Terry Gilmore, the head of rugby, is in the middle of the pitch, clutching a ball, so I assume that he is going to be doing the officiating. James, the home are the white and blues. Say again. Okay, fine. All right. No, fine. Do what he said. Okay, slight change to what I said earlier. The sides have switched around. The maroon and blue side, captained by Finn Walsh, are technically now the home team, and the white and blues are the away. It doesn't really matter. They've all been to school here, and there is no advantage, therefore, for a home side. But if you can see the scoreboard in the background, that will be reflected. The top score, if you are able to see it on your live feed, the top score will be the home team and the lower score will be that of the visitors. The home team playing from left to right as I look at them. There'll be two halves of 15 minutes. Temperature today is somewhere around 24, I think, and it's certainly warm in the sun, so they'll want a nice break halfway through to take on some water and maybe just to rest some weary limbs, as some of these guys are not playing quite the amount of rugby as they once did. But lots of them are still very active in the game, and that hopefully will mean we get to see a really good performance. So, Billy James kicking off. So there's crossfield kick from Billy James at 10. That's been chased by Seb Hebblethwaite and Ed Betts, but it's just marshalled into touch by Zach Chukwuemeka. So the away side will have a throw in, a line out on the 10-metre line. Throwing in is Niall Prakash, and Alex Watts goes up for it. It's tidied up by Prakash. Morgan James there putting in the tackle. And there's Zach Chukwuemeka with a pass out the back of the hand that has led to the first try of the afternoon. The away team captain, Dom Coulson, putting down in the corner there after some excellent work from Zach Chukwuemeka. Zach is the leading try scorer for the Malones as a club, and he showed some of his trademark pace there to make a bit of space and just offload the ball in space. Very elegant attempt at a drop from Dom Coulson there, but unfortunately he wasn't able to put it over. So it's 5-0 to the away side. So, in the orange boots, here's Billy James of C1 with the drop. It's gone back into the 22 where it's tidied up by Zach Chukwuemeka. First whistle of the afternoon Here's a penalty for the home side. And that is a try in the corner scored by Henry Martin. Henry, former head boy of Preshute. Henry has played for England at under 18 level. He's played a lot of sevens in his time. This, of course, is tens. He's unsuccessful with the conversion, as you can see, but he is currently evaluating a return to rugby, it says here, with the Honourable Artillery Company in the City of London. So Henry, who was on the Sevens circuit for quite some time after leaving the college, clearly still able to finish those chances. Charlie Brooke then, with the scores tied at 5-5 to restart for the away side. Ed Betts of C1, who left last summer, takes the ball. A few criticisms of the refereeing, which is to be expected. It is Mr. Gilmore. Anyway, a penalty with Niall Prakash to Matt Hook, route 1. Tidied up by Prakash and out at the back of the hand to Chukwuemeka. Ed Wrench manages to get the ball out to Will Hammersley. Some very effective looking counter-rucking there, and it's a turnover. The home team have won the ball back. Suspicion of a high tackle there, and indeed it's been given. So again, a quick tap taken by Billy James. Seb Hebblethwaite of Littlefield, again another lever from last year, with ball in hand. And the try, a breakaway from Max Robinson. Max, who was in Preshute, again another of last year's levers, has played with the Worcester Warriors team in the past, and came into the college in the sixth form, made a really big impression in his 2 years, not least in the rugby, and there he is going 50 metres plus for the score. So the home side are leading by 5. Probably about halfway through the first half. And a successful conversion from Max. So it's the home side, 12, captained by Finn Walsh, and Dom Coulson's away team on 5. So 12-5. Dom Coulson takes over the dropout duties. Goes to Betts, through to Billy James. There's Camdy. And a lovely piece of play there. Finn Walsh, the captain, drawing the man and putting Camdy Dozie-Ajegbu in for the score. So it's 17-5 now to the home side. Camdy has been at Bristol, and he is described by his captain Finn Walsh as having made a sterling Malone's debut last year, and obviously he's going to be playing a lot more of the games this year. The conversion from behind the post is successful, so 19-5. The short restart, and Morgan James spills it. It's gone back into the hands of the away team. Zach Chukwuemeka breaks through, and he won't be caught. There he is under the posts. 19-10, with a simple conversion for Zach to come. So the conversion a success. 19-12 it is. James. So that's the halfway mark in the first half. So 7 minutes to go. We'll have another restart. We've had plenty of them so far. The ball's gone forward. It's playing. Referee's playing advantage, but nothing coming. So it'll be scrum down for the away side to have a put in. Zach Chukwuemeka moving the ball on from the ground to Neil Prakash, who's gone back to Chukwuemeka, and now it's Will Hammersley. And again, straight through. Captain's not giving it up, but Hammersley beats him to the line. 19-17. Again, a simple conversion to come, which would tie things up. Not the prettiest of conversions, but they all count. So 19 all, with about 5.5 minutes left to go prior to half time. So Jack Dunn with the dropout. And that was Henry Martin who leapt to claim that. Will Freeman through to Billy James, who's drawn the man. Ed Betts can't get it away to Max Robinson. Ball comes back. Robinson at 9. Henry Martin now looking to exploit some space down the narrow side. A suspicious looking forward pass, and indeed it's been picked up by Mr. Gilmore, who's atypically up with the play. And so it'll be a scrum down and a put in to the Dom Coulson's away side. Now Prakash with the put in. Brook to Coulson, back to Brook. Acres of space. Max Robinson disrupts. Gets it back to Jack Dunn. Ed Betts out on the left. And here's the captain, Finn Walsh. And he shows a clean pair of heels. 24-19. Touchline conversion to follow. Very good effort there by Finn Walsh, but in vain. So 24-19 with probably about 3 minutes to go before the break. Rolling subs in operation. It's tiring out there in the heat. Ed Wrench coming on for Will Hammersley. It's not a like-for-like swap. Ed is, I think, approximately twice the size of Will, so not an obvious exchange, but nonetheless, the rolling subs will keep everyone fresh all the way through to the end. Jack Dunn under some pressure, trying to clear up the restart. He's done well. Billy James has taken it, but they're going to run off their own line. Will Freeman there's given it straight to Seb Hebblethwaite, and Zach Chukwuemeka Again, back to Hebbleswaite, a lovely dummy. And Seb, the little field man, crosses just to the left of the uprights to tie the scores at 24 all. And the conversion a success. So the visiting team goes up by 2 with a couple of minutes to go. The team's resetting for the restart with not quite as much physical enthusiasm as perhaps when they started the game. The warm weather starting perhaps to take its toll. I think I can hear the referee urging them to slow it down a bit. Jack Dunn with the drop. It's a tantalising one. Taken by Dom Coulson on the far side. Dom typically breaking one tackle, knocking the ball on. Advantage being played. Ball back to Jack Dunn again. Lots of space out there. He tries to keep it. And they do manage to retain possession. Here's Will Freeman. There's an overlap on this side. Nice cover defence there from Seb Hebbleswaite. Henry Martin, one of the quickest boys here in my time. Cuts back inside. Keeps it alive through. Will Freeman slinging it out to Ed Betts. Ed's got Max Robinson outside him. It comes inside for Billy James. Billy floats one over and a tiny, tiny fractional knock on there by Henry Martin, being picked up by the eagle eye of Terry Gilmore. Gilmore, no doubt, lungs bursting, aching for a break, decides to bring the game to a temporary halt. We'll reset for a scrum. This should be the last play. If the referee has remembered to start his watch at the beginning of the game, which is not a given, but could well be the case. Out to Billy James. Back inside to Henry Martin. The ball comes out again to Jack Dunn. Max Robinson picks up the scrappy ball. And a nice bit of rucking there from Dom Coulson, gets the turnover. That's excellent work by the captain of the visiting side. And it, sadly, it's gone forward off the hand of Alex Watts. And the referee calls a halt to it. They'll come off for some much-needed refreshment. So at half-time, the visitors' side, under the captaincy of Dom Coulson, has a very slim lead of just the 2 points, 26-24, with some wonderful tries, some excellent running, some great lines, and even the odd good tackle as well. We'll be back for the second half in a few moments. So the second half gets underway. Zach Chukwuemeka catching the restart. And a turnover there. The home side forcing the penalty. Finn Walsh out the back of the hand to Max Robinson. It evades Jack Dunn. It ends up in the hands of Will Freeman. He dummies one way, comes back the other. Back to Robinson. Little chip through. Zach Chukwuemeka covering across, does so well. Good strong, keeps his feet. To Ed Wrench in the in-goal area. Wrench makes a yard or two to Nal Prakash. And here's Zach Chukwuemeka again. So out past the 22. Prakash, an attempt at a kick, but he was impeded. It was a knock-on. The referee is saying a knock-on rather than being tackled without the ball. Desperate defence there from the away side, leading by 2. Robinson to Billy James, using Dunn as a dummy. Henry Martin out the back of the hand, and it's going to fall perhaps for Seb Hebblethwaite, who hacks ahead. But the ball has gone out at the 10 metre inside the home side's half. I think it was the away side and Seb Hebblethwaite who got the last touch on that, so should be a throw to the home side in maroon and blue. They're certainly conferring together. Morgan James, who looks like he might be the man who's going to make the throw, just checking with his forwards, Betts, Freeman and Finn Walsh. It goes to the front, it goes to Will Freeman, who loses the ball to Nal Prakash. The ball has come out to Charlie Brooke, and now Hebblethwaite, and through the hands. Coulson going to run a line inside to Will Hammersley. The ball arcing back over his head, but Prakash has got it. Move down the line, Brooke again. Deftly off to the irrepressible Ed Wrench, who offloads to Nal Prakash in the tackle. Brilliantly done. And Prakash is under the posts. To stretch the lead further. 31-24 with a fairly straightforward conversion to come. The arm is raised from referee Gilmore, so 33-24, a little bit of daylight between the two sides. No, James, you were right. 33. 33. You were right. So for the second time off the restart in this half, Zach Chukwuemeka's taken back possession. It's come back, it's through the legs from Dom Coulson. He's put it out to Alex Watts. Oh, and Ed Wrench. Ed Wrench was sniffing the whitewash at the other end of the pitch, and he got too excited and knocked it forward. An attempt from Finn Walsh to quick restart, but the referee's having none of it. He wants to reset for a scrum. The home side will have the put in. Max Robinson there at number 14, looking like he's going to be doing scrum half duties on this one. Will Freeman hooking. The loose head is Finn Walsh. And the tight head is Ed Betts with Billy James, as he did for a couple of years, standing as first receiver in the back line with Henry Martin just outside him. So they'll form together. Down they come. The ball swiftly out. A chip through by Billy James. Henry Martin chasing, but Niall Prakash has read that well. And he has found a bit of space out over the 22. The ball inside to Dom Coulson, who chips over the top. I think that's definitely gone forward, and indeed has now been blown. So the home side in the maroon and blue really need to get down the other end of the field. They've not too long to go, and they are 9 points behind. So Kamdi Dozier Jegbu is at scrum half. Picks up from the base. Finds a little bit of space out there. Keeps the ball. Max Robinson tidies up out here on the left wing and chips through and gathers. And Max will certainly be in here. His old teammate Charlie Brooke guides him to the line. That won't leave him a very easy conversion. 4 points now, the difference. So Max Robinson taking his time. He moves back to the 22 to give himself a slightly more generous angle. It's a lovely strike, but he has pulled it slightly to the left as the ball disappears into the hedge adjacent to Summerfield. Charlie Brooke will go and collect. And we've still got a 4-point game. So the visiting team in the blue and white with that slight advantage. Looks like they're about to bring on Matt Hook as an impact replacement. Always good to have a fresh front rower to bring on late in the game. Especially in a game where there is no real scrummaging. So Dom Coulson with a lovely drop. And Zach Chukwuemeka rises, palms the ball back. Will Hammersley, the show and go, and manages to get through one tackle. The offload to Alex Watts. He sets it back. Chukwuemeka picks up and goes. The handoff of Finn Walsh. Niall Prakash, Ed Wrench. Brooke could have given it but kept it himself. Some excellent jackling by Henry Martin, but he hasn't managed to win it. Ed Wrench has got the ball back. And a turnover, and perhaps a knock-on by Jack Dunn. So just when it looked like they might have an opportunity to break away, they're pegged back again. So Mr. Gilmore calls for another scrum. It'll be the away side in the blue and white with the put-in. And perhaps an opportunity here to seal the game. Probably only about 6 minutes left. That's probably an horrifically inaccurate guess, but it'll give you some idea of where we are. So Matt Hook coming back on. Looks like that Toby Finley has arrived late to the party, and he'll be coming on for the home side. Matt Hook has come on for the away side. There's Finley now just jogging on, slipping on the number 5, and he'll come straight in, as all good rugby players do. He comes straight into the front row to loose head. I think we've upped the numbers now. We've got a second row in the scrum. This is all very exciting, changing codes as we speak. I think we're now 12 aside. Out of the back of the hand from Chukwuemeka. A lovely bit of evasion there from Will Hammersley. And what can only be described as a truly dreadful attempt at a conversion, but it stretches the lead with not long to go. 38 points to 29. I just heard the referee saying that there are 7 minutes left, so my horrific miscalculation of saying there were 6 minutes left a minute ago wasn't too bad. But there's quite a lot to do. 9 points the gap once again. Jack Dunn in the red and white socks will take the restart. Morgan James comes across to play scrum half for the home side. Out to Henry Martin. Oh, and just as he was releasing Jack Dunn, it's a knock-on. Alex Watts tidies up for the away team. Inside from Coulston to Chukwuemeka, and he's in a lot of space, and he's really not terribly slow at all. Finn Walsh doesn't really know what to do with him, and it doesn't look like he'll be able to catch him. Chukwuemeka over in the corner to extend that lead even further. 43-29 with the kick to come. The kick unsuccessful, so 43-29 it is. Perhaps 5 or 6 minutes left to go, so there is still time for the home side. Jack Dunn striding back towards the halfway line. We are still 10 aside. I hadn't seen people slip away when those last substitutes came on, so it is still 10 aside. Dunn with a slightly anemic restart. That'll come back for a scrum on halfway with a put into those visitors in blue and white. Terry Gilmore, hands on hips, starting perhaps to feel it a little bit more now, but not long to go. A little bit of cloud cover's come over, which has provided a nice bit of shade for these guys. Dom Coulson bouncing off the tacklers, shoving them away in his inimitable style, and now he's in a straight race for the line, and that surely does now mean that the visiting side will take the honours today. 48-29 with the kick still to come. Dom Coulson, who's been playing a lot for the Honourable Artillery Company, has played a lot of rugby for Kenya and still clearly enjoying his rugby a great deal, having left the college about 5 years ago now. Dom was a multi-sportsman when he was here and captained the cricket team. Appeared in the 2017 game at Lords that saw the college being victorious. The kick is missed, But at 48-29, the result is probably beyond doubt now. Billy James to Narprakash. Dom Coulson again. Spinning it out to Brooke, to Hammersley. No, sorry, to Dark, then to Hammersley, back inside. Hebblethwaite, who's turned the ball over. It's going to come back this way. Toby Finley slings it out. Henry Martin now with his back to the try line. Gets the ball down the line, but the whistle's gone. A knock on, presumably the infringement. The referee saying that no advantage was being played, so the home side in maroon and blue will have the put in. Max Robinson, number 14, over to put the ball into the tunnel. Jack Dunn, Henry Martin, Morgan James taking a couple with him, making a bit of space outside, but they've held him up well. The ball is slow. It's spilled back. Will Freeman picks it up to Billy James and then Toby Finley. Some light feet there. Finley has the ball again. Here's Finn Walsh finding lots of space. Can he find Camdy? He does. Camdy has the ball but is quickly corralled and it's turned over. Charlie Brooke picks it up but it's gone forward, so it'll be a scrum down and it'll be a maroon-blue put in. Will Freeman giving it a bit of air, but it's been turned over and Zach Chukwuemeka handing off Ed Betts, cantering into a bit of space. Just playing sensible possession rugby. They don't need to do anything stupid. The referee saw something he didn't like there. And Henry Martin has taken it quickly and he's chipped over the top. He's outstripped Matt Hook. Looks like Charlie Brooke has gone back there to tidy up. Hook's there. Stalwart rucking from the front row man. And the away side, the whites and blues, have kept it. Prakash out the back of his hand to Coulson and Hebblethwaite in acres of space. He'll be cursing the fact that the line is so very far away. And then he confuses himself slightly and falls over. Alex Watts tidies up and then Dom Coulson over the top. But it hasn't fallen for him. It's fallen for Finn Walsh. Morgan James keeps it alive through Walsh. The ball coming back to Max Robinson. Charlie Brooke and Ed Wrench not able to take the ball off Robinson, and the home side keep it. Will Freeman to Jack Dunn, who has got some space and he's definitely going all the way. Ed Wrench, number 12 there, deciding quite sensibly that that was a contest he probably wasn't going to win. So Dunn will go under the posts, making it, when he touches it down, 48-34. A successful conversion, 48-36. But then referee Terry Gilmore blows the final whistle, presumably to the relief of all of those playing, maybe to the relief of some of those watching. A great game played in a great spirit. Wonderful to see so many Old Marbruians wanting to come back and play on Hammersley once again. There's been an awful lot of joking with one another, and it's been great to see them catching up with members of staff and current pupils for those who have only left recently. So 2 really great groups of Marbruians who've played some lovely rugby this afternoon. It's just gone 2:05, so we'll come back for our next commentary from 3 o'clock, which will be the 15 taking on Eton. In the meantime, if you happen to be here at Marlborough, there's plenty of alternatives to watch over the course of the next hour. Seniors lacrosse over at Millmead, juniors lacrosse up the field here on level Broadleys. The rugby fixtures against Eton below first 15 level will start from 2:30 p.m. And there is continual hockey down on the Astros in the girls' block fixture against Lord Wandsworth to enjoy as well. I suspect the OM rackets, which started at 12:45, is probably over, but it may still be going on. Certainly I think the OM squash, which started at 2, and the OM fives, which also started at 2, should still be on the go. So perhaps pop over and see a little of those. I know that those involved and those responsible for running those events will be delighted to see you. And we will come back in time for the first 15 at 3 p.m. Good afternoon and welcome to Hammersley, where we are shortly to see the 15 take on Eton on today, the Festival of Sport. Eton, as you can see, are in the huddle and raring to go, and the applause starts on the other side of the ground, and out comes the first 15, led by captain for the day, Max Dunn, playing at 9. Max wearing his hat presented to him by club captain James Maloney, who's sadly injured today. And we will soon be underway for 70 minutes of excellent rugby. The Marlborough side to run you through: at loosehead prop, Aidan Connor. Hooking will be Alex Morrison of Summerfield. Tight head prop, Charlie Samuel of Turner. In the second row, the locks will be Charlie Kirkwood of Turner and Cobus Callenfels of C2. In the back row, Zach Dweck will play on the blind side. This will be his first game for the 15. Otto Clark is going to be on the open side flank, and number 8 is Ed Elliott. In the backs, Dunn, as I mentioned, Max Dunn will be playing at 9 as scrum half and captain. Outside him will be Jake Hobson of C3. Centre partnership of James Trigg and Will Snooks. The wingers will be Barton Hill's Freddie Deal and Ollie Bamford. And Frankie Amati will be playing at 15. There has been a spate of injuries, it's fair to say, for Marlborough in the last few weeks, and so they're only running with one replacement at the moment, which is Harlan Hines of C1. So Frankie Amati drops us and we are underway. So the Eton box kick. Frankie Amati under the ball, gathers it really well, gets a bit of momentum. Freddie Deal in there, scrapping for it, and the ball comes back to Max Dunn. Dropped backwards by Cobus Callenfels. And Aidan Connor has taken the ball into contact and has won the penalty. So Frankie Amati in 15, finds touch just inside the 22 for the first line out of the afternoon. Alex Kirkwood at hooker in the scrum cap. Charlie Kirkwood at the back, rises and takes the ball, but the referee has blown it dead. Not straight, I think, and he's offered the choice to the Eton captain, who wants a scrum in 15. So, first scrummage of the game. Getting a bit of a wheel on there. Good shove from Marlborough, and the ball's come back. Eton running from their own 22. A broken tackle. Straight up, but Jamie Trigg managed to scrag him just before he broke into the open field. Again over the top with the box kick, and again it's Amati who'll be underneath it. Takes it well. Second good catch from Frankie Amati in these first exchanges. Ball's come back and it's Alex Morrison barrowing forward. Great hands there from Charlie Kirkwood. And the penalty has gone against Eton, who took a quick one, but it's going to come the other way. Give Marlborough an opportunity to regroup. Another excellent kick from Frankie Amati has taken the play up just shy of the 22, where it'll be a Marlborough throw-in at the line-out. Tight head there, Charlie Samuel just talking to Alex Morrison, setting the call. They've gone to the back. Otto Clark tidying up. But the ball has been lost. I think that's coming back on the Eton side. Another box. And Amati, 3 out of 3. Excellent work from him. Being put under pressure early on, but really coming up trumps each time. Eton have stolen it, though. Great tackle by Otto Clark. And a hole in the centre there. Draws the man. And the Eton centre pairing combining to go under the posts for this afternoon's first try. Stretched and lack of numbers outside, and Eton exploited that pretty ruthlessly. And a very straightforward conversion there, taking Eton up to 7. So we played 5 minutes or so, maybe a little longer. And with really their first attack of the game, Eton have taken the lead. Cloud cover has come over now, which is rather nice for the players. Previous game on the pitch this afternoon was a 10-a-side contest between two Old Marbruian sides as part of this Festival of Sport celebration that we're having here today. And if I'm honest, it was a little bit too warm for some of those playing. A huge amount of fluid having to be taken on board to stay properly hydrated. So Frankie Amati drops deep into the 22. And we're underway once again. Number 10, Jacob Hobson under that one from C3, gathers it well. And a penalty one. Eton guilty of going over the top there. So Marlborough will have the chance either to kick for goal or to search for a touch-finding kick. There is a delay at the moment just while one of the Marlborough players, I'm not quite able to see who it is, receives some attention. I think it's Frankie Amati. No, it's Jacob Hobson at 10. So just going to be given the chance to walk that off and retake his position in the back line. Frankie Amati will step up and look to find touch. So back where we were just a few moments ago on the 22. Ed Elliott in the scrum cap at number 8. Going to the back to Charlie Kirkwood of Turner. And the drive coming on. Marlborough wheeling it round to the right. And another penalty. Max Dunn looking for the ball, but deciding not to go anywhere straight away. Just inside the 22. So another good kick by Frankie Amati. It'll be on the 5. Can't be any closer. So a smart line out last time out. Same personnel this time. Callum Fells at 5. Elliott at 8. It is Callum Fells who goes up for it, but it's gone over the back. A fly hack through by Eton, but picked up by James Trigg. And now they'll look to exploit the space out to the left. Great offload in the tackle. Freddie Deal stepping inside. Coming in off the left wing. Pretty quick ball. Jamie Trigg, big collision in the midfield with his opposite number. And now a chip through from Jake Hobson, but the referee's come back. No advantage from an infringement he saw before. It is a penalty advantage. It was a penalty advantage he was playing, so... Max Dunn perhaps asking for a scrum, just having a chat with Frankie Amati. So Marlborough, having had some success on this in these early stages with the line out, they're going to try and pin one in as close as they can again, which they do. So back to the 5, and we'll see what combination they put together this time. Again to the back, Charlie Kirkwood brings it down. It's been won. Charlie Samuel, the tight head's got it. He's gone to ground. He's about 3 metres short. Good shove by Eton. They've got Marlborough moving sideways rather than forward. And they've disrupted that. The ball's pretty slow, but now it comes. Elliott to Hobson. Just short, couple of metres. Whistle's gone again. The referee appears to be going to his pocket. Not sure what the infringement was, but it is a yellow card. Perhaps up offside. And again, Amati will kick for the corner as Eton continue with 14 men. Summerfield's Alex Morrison standing practically in the shadow of his own boarding house. He's going to try and keep this line out working. It certainly has been working very well in these opening exchanges. It's a slight delay. I'm not quite sure what that's for. I think it's perhaps Cobus Callenfeld's just getting some treatment there. Perhaps a small cut opened up. And it looks like Cobus is going to be coming off for the moment. Harlan Hines is the one and only substitute on the bench for Marlborough. Harlan plays in the backs and Cobus is a second row. So as a like-for-like replacement, it probably doesn't make any sense. But we'll see how long he will be off the field for. So once again to Kirkwood, building that base again. as Marlborough commits numbers. Looks like they're going to come left. Certainly very close. No more than 1.5 meters probably from the line. Done to Hobson. Hobson evades. Keeps it in. Freddie Deal is over the line and scores. Fantastic spinning move from Fred Deal. Behaving as if somebody had pressed the circle button on Madden and switched inside, put the ball down, and Marlborough scores its first try. Freddie Deal of Barton Hill coming in off his left wing. Father of Freddie, James, is here today, proud Old Marbruian. Looks delighted. He is shaking my hand warmly and pressing money into it too, which is lovely. Thank you, James. So, Frankie Amati didn't unfortunately connect with that one at all. So the score stays 5 points to 7. Played about a quarter of an hour. A really good phase there from Marlborough, repeatedly using that line out, which is working really well. Harlan Hines is coming on, so Cobus Callan-Fells is off. I don't know if that's a permanent replacement, but Cobus is clearly having some treatment at the moment. May come on again before too long, but Harlan will slot into the backs and we'll see who steps forward to take Cobus's place in the pack. A knock on there from Otto Clark, unfortunately picked up by the Eton right winger. Great tackle from Harlan Hines with the and in touch. Frankie Amati with a vital push there at the last minute to force the Eton right winger into touch. So again, a line out on the 5, this time on Marlborough's line. Eton get a touch and it's come through. Otto Clark, number 7, trying to tidy that up. But it's a knock-on off the hand of Eton, so there'll be a scrum in 15 with a Marlborough put-in.
Mr. Wilmot, I'm Freddie's grandma. I think if I get one of them.
So obviously changes needed in the scrum with Cobus Callan-Fells' temporary, hopefully, absence. I think Harlan Hines is there playing in the back row. He's there as a blindside flanker and doing a sterling job. The ball's come out as far as Jamie Trigg, who's hit that tackle really hard indeed, creating a little bit of room, enough for Frankie Amati to clear well. Taken by the fullback. And Eton looking to be expansive. So the ball is out in touch, round on the Marlborough 22 on the far side of the pitch. It'll be another Marlborough line out. This Marlborough line-out unit were disrupted last time when on their own line, so they want to get a good clean take this time, and they do. Again, it's Kirkwood at the back. Max Dunn is scragged there, but the referee's playing advantage, so Marlborough have got a free play effectively. And Marty takes the ball behind him, but manages to keep it going. And that's Jake Hobson out there on the blind side. Lovely looking kick there from Frankie and Marty. Will Snooks gathers inside to Freddie Deal, who's got Harlan Hines with him. Harlan in an excellent rucking position there, shoving the Etonian off, keeping the ball. Back to Otto Reed, the open side. He recycles. And over the top from Hobson. Harlan Hines again, right there. Brilliant, wonderful work by the winger, fullback come flanker that he is now. It was a high tackle. New laws, of course, this season, meaning that the highest point at which contact can be made on the ball carrier is the sternum. The boys have had to have extensive additional training to get them used to the changes, but they have adapted really well across all levels, actually, of the club. I coach down at 415 level, and we've seen them adapt very well indeed to that. But so Eton will have the chance in a moment to seek a line out in the Marlborough half. Just some eye drops, I think, perhaps going in there on the Eton scrum half. The Eton card, the player off the field, will be coming back on fairly shortly. So it'll be an Eton throw in just inside their own half on this near side. Good take there in the line by Eton, and they're getting a good maul going.
Keep going, Eton.
Come on, Eton! Marlborough!
Go on, Jack, go on.
There's space in behind as Frankie and Marty, the Marlborough fullback, came forward there, up into the line to make the tackle. And now Eton are charging through the middle via their blindside flanker.
Go on, kick.
How are you?
Oh, my fucking.
Language cow. So Eton have got a penalty that they will chip into the corner. It's going to lead them to a line out on the 5. Charlie Kirkwood trying to get in there to Jackal, but Eton do bring the ball back. They're right on the line, and indeed they are over. That was a really impressive sequence of play from the Eton forwards, from a really good maul on their own, or on the halfway line. They pushed it across to the far side of the pitch, and then off that line out, they muscled their way over. That is, I think, the Eton hooker who's scored that try. And he's taken the score then to Marlborough 5, Eton 12, with the kick still to come. There's no sign of a return of Cobus Callenfels, and Harlan Hines certainly remains out on the field. So for the moment at least, I think we should probably assume that Cobus is not going to be able to rejoin. I'll let you know if I can see anything to the contrary. A nice flight, but not quite on target. So the kick missed. The score remains Marlborough College 5, Eton 12. We're probably a little way over halfway through the first half. Marlborough regrouping behind the posts. A few lessons to be learned from the last set of faces, but here they come. Expect this might be a box kick, and Hobson and Amati are waiting. It'll be 15, Frankie Amati. That's at least the fourth time he's done that. Nice step, keeps the ball alive, comes back to Jacob Hobson. He sets it back. Counter ruck snuffed out pretty quickly. Charlie Kirkwood then. Done to Alex Morrison. And then Hobson at 10, putting it over the head of the fullback, who's gone back fairly deep into his 22 to gather. He is brought down with an excellent tackle by Jake Hobson, chasing his own kick. Few spots of rain starting to fall, but I don't think it will amount to anything much. And again, Eton going back to that tactic of the box kick. And again, excellent work by Frankie Amati. He's been incredibly busy in these opening moments, but he's doing a grand job at 15. Jamie Trigg, again, bulldozes forward. Very direct runner. Hobson for Freddie Deal to chase on the left wing. That's going to go out. But Marlborough looking to vary things, be inventive and find the space. So we're coming back for a penalty, and Marty will look to launch the ball as far as he can. That will drop halfway between the halfway and the 22, and Marlborough will have the throw in. Just had word from the touchline that Cobus Callenfels sadly won't be able to rejoin. He's picked up a minor injury, but it's sufficient that he won't be able to come back on and play any more part today. So the Marlborough 15, as they are on the field now, will be the Marlborough 15 that finishes this game, come hell or high water. And the adaptation will have to be permanent now, with Harlan Hines on as a back come flanker. More of this very aggressive tight play from the Eton tight five. They're very impressive ability to recycle the ball and keep hold of it without knocking on in the tackle. Amati again fields, and he's tackled on halfway. Trigg making some yards in the centre. Otto Reed sets it back, and here they come down the blind side. Harlan Hines to Fred Deal. Dropped in field, but then kicked out by Eton, but it was a knock-on off the Marlborough hand. So it's a scrum down, an Eton ball. Good shove there from Marlborough, and they've disrupted that. The Eton 8 has picked up. He's gone sideways, and a combination of Trigg and Dunn have brought him down. But Eton look very much as though they're in control. They've broken free of that ruck. Great tackle from Fred Deal, but the Eton 9 is there to tidy up. They went straight through the middle of that ruck. Marlborough lucky, I think, there to come away with a scrum after a knock-on by the Eton blindside, but that was straight through the middle of the ruck. Guards not paying attention, but Marlborough do have a chance to get back up there. So the scrum goes down. The referee hasn't given an indication yet, but I think he's just going to reset the same scrum, still with the Marlborough put in, on a slightly different point. Takes a look at his watch. Won't be too long till half-time. Sun is coming out again. The clouds are drifting away, so certainly it could play a part in the second half for the team playing from the Summerfield end back towards the court end, I suppose one could call it. The Polloy end. Jamie Trigg from Summerfield. Again, breaking that gain line. Frankie Amati back in the pocket, launches an enormous kick, which is fielded just outside the 22 by Eton's 15, who goes straight back to Jake Hobson.
Well played, Jack.
Hobson to Dunn to Zach Dweck, always hugely direct. Zach has made his way up from the third 15 over the course of the last two seasons and has been a brilliant servant to this club at all sorts of levels. Press shoot boy. There's Will Snooks of C1, the head boy. Slips it out the back of his hand. And again, Marlborough breaking the gain line and making some good yards. The referee, I think, was unsighted there on a Etonian coming around the side of the ruck, but he has given a penalty. I think just infringing around the side and catching Max Dunn before he had the opportunity to release the ball down the back line. One of the great traditions of rugby here at Marlborough is that you sometimes have to go running down the hill to go and find the ball. And that's what Alex Morrison is doing. Morrison just having run as far as I would run in a whole afternoon. Anyway, here he is back to send the ball in. Has a quick word with Charlie Samuel. And again, the Marlborough line out working well to the back to Charlie Kirkwood. That's the 4th or 5th time we've had that in this first half. Alex Morrison's got the ball at the back there, and they're getting good shove on. If they can turn the corner on it, they might be able to turn that round. The ref isn't going to allow them to do this all afternoon, but Eton's number 4, I think that is, has broken that up very well indeed. He has knocked the ball on in the process, so it will be a Marlborough put-in, but that was an excellent bit of work by him that definitely sent Marlborough from attack to defence pretty quickly. He's been very impactful so far, their number 4. I'm afraid I don't have the Eton lineup, so I can't give you their names, but I would like to, because they're certainly playing a very good level of rugby and deserve to be mentioned. Hobson trying to find some space in the middle, and that was Ollie Bamford up in the line to Frankie Marty. Bamford now head down, looking, stretching out, not quite making it. Ball's come back. Max Dunn is there. He's probably about a metre short. It won't be done. It'll be one of the forwards to take it on. They are very close, but Eton with some stout defence. And a try is awarded. And that looks to me as though that's Zach Dweck, the Prosciuttian, the blindside flanker, up from the seconds today. There's been a number of injuries in the first 15, and there is some illness as well amongst the boys. So Zach Dweck has come in as a late replacement, and he has barrelled over for a try in the corner. Marlborough up to 10, so 12-10 at the moment in Eton's favour, but the kick to come, and there couldn't be a more popular scorer of that try. Zach Dweck is a great addition to life here at the college. He's a Kenyan, and he one of a long line of Kenyans we had earlier today. Dom Coulson here, captaining one of the Old Marbruian sides, and yeah, Zach's a great addition to the college, and I think everyone will be delighted to see him come up with the ball there. Frankie Marty then, not an easy conversion. A much sweeter strike than the first time from Frankie Marty, but it just pulls it to the left. So the score remains Marlborough College 10, Eton 12. Won't be tremendously long to go till half-time, but we certainly are going to have a restart. I think perhaps we're maybe 5 minutes from half-time, something like that. With a few stoppages for injuries and a card.
Chase it hard, Eton.
A deep dropout. It was taken by Jamie Trigg inside 22, and as ever, it takes 2 men to bring him down. Sucks in some defenders, and Marlborough win the penalty. Not rolling away. And that will be the end of the first half, as Frankie Marty, Francesco Marty's probably someone I've mentioned more than anyone else this first half, kicks the ball out. He's been excellent under the high ball. Eton have been really good in the tight. They've got a very, very powerful pack, and they've exploited the space that they've had out wide when they've had it. But they haven't had it much, because possession-wise, Marlborough have dominated possession, and their line-out's been working extremely well. And the tactical kicking of Hobson and Marty has really been fantastic. So we'll take a break while the players get some much needed refreshment, and we'll be back for the second half of a really tight encounter with Marlborough 10, Eton 12, the half-time score. We'll be back with you shortly.
Please can you come away
go in the next stand there if you want. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, thank you. First half.
So Terry Gilmore and his team, including Joe Quinn, of course, out there in the middle with a lot of the boys who aren't able to play today owing to long-term injuries. People like James Maloney, Arthur Braxton, Humph Braxton, who sadly are unable to turn out for the college at the moment because of a range of different injuries, and so they'll be commending the boys on a really good first half performance. Looking at the SOX website, we're able to see what schools have done in their previous games earlier in the season, and Eton have definitely started the season extremely well with some very, very fine wins over strong opposition. I think I'm right in saying, I'm prepared to stand corrected, but I'm pretty sure that they may have scored more than 50 points against St Paul's, who are traditionally an extremely powerful side with lots of boys to choose from. So to find themselves 12-10 ahead at half time, I think they might be slightly surprised at how obdurate and how effective the Marlborough side has been in this first half. The boys from Marlborough really acquitted themselves very well indeed, including having somebody playing completely out of position, with Harlan Hines becoming a temporary member of the pack. I hope, like all forwards, that Harlan realises that the pack is the right place to play in rugby, and that he uses his opportunity to transfer there permanently. But I dare say he might be back to playing wing and fullback before too long. So, some last-minute instructions for the Etonians from their coaching staff. Marlborough are ready to go. Marlborough will receive the opening kick-off of the second half. Marlborough will be playing into the sun, which is still obviously being early October, still fairly high in the sky at this time of the afternoon, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them under high balls, but it could have an effect. We've seen Eton deploy a range of up and unders and box kicks in an attempt to put pressure on the Marlborough backs, particularly Frankie Amati at 15, but he has been absolutely perfect so far. He has fielded every single high ball with authority, and then he has been secure in coming down and deploying the ball, taking it into contact. So he will have a good degree of confidence at this stage that if Eton do continue to go down that route, it'll be something that he is able to withstand. I think the Eton huddle is just about to break up. So they'll all get together for one last close huddle, just the boys. Primeval roar, and we are ready for the second half. The referee, who's kept the ball in play as much as he can in the first half, hands the ball over to Eton's outside centre, and we are ready for another 35 minutes of rugby, with Eton leading 12 points to 10. Again, another deep drop out, and captain and scrum half Max Dunn has, in attempting to field that, has knocked it on. So Eton have got a really good attacking position straight away. They're probably about 8 or 9 metres out from the Marlborough line. No, maybe a bit further, maybe more like 10 or 12. From my angle, it's hard to tell. And they've got a scrum in about 15, so they've got a healthy blind side that they could use. But I suspect they will seek to exploit their big men in the midfield. Referee not happy with that. He's going to reset it, I think. So though, I think they're saying that was a knock-on. Yes, a knock-on at the base of the scrum means that effectively the same scrum will take place, but this time with Marlborough putting in. Scrums were pretty evenly matched in the first half. If anything, I think perhaps Marlborough did get a bit more of a shove on occasion, but certainly very well matched packs, similar sizes, and obviously it's something that teams can practice extensively these days. The quality of scrummaging in schoolboy rugby, I think, is far greater than it was even a few years ago. So Ed Elliott off the base of the scrum from his number 8 position gets to the 22, lays it back for Max Dunn. There's Jamie Trigg of Summerfield laying it back. The ball is once again in the hands of Dunn, who feeds Francesco Amati, who doesn't actually get the ball out. He gets it only into the hands of right winger Ollie Bamford, I beg your pardon. Max Dunn is being sucked into the ruck by his opposite number, the Eton 9. Josh Coney is first receiver there. He picks it up about 15 in field. Jake Hobson off his right boot looking for Freddie Deal, who has an exorbitant fly hack. The ball's been picked up by Will Snooks, who now looks to feed Deal. Deal does have it, and Marlborough will retain possession. Scrappy over there on the far side of the pitch. But here they come again. That's Charlie Samuel, the tight head. That's a Marty, I think, up in the line, but I might be wrong. Now, here's a Marty back in the pocket. So he nudges it forward. The Eton right wing picks it up on the 10-metre line. But Marlborough have got the ball. It's turned over. It's come forward off an Eton hand, and I think if there is no advantage here, there'll be a scrum to Marlborough in a second, but let's see. Ball is back now. That's Charlie Samuel, I think, again. Doing what a prop should do, retaining possession. Oh, lucky there for Marlborough. Jacob Hobson tried to chip over the top, got a bit cute with it, was a bit close to the oncoming defence, got charged down, but the Etonians couldn't gather cleanly, so it's gone forward off the Eton hand and will be a scrum down in the middle of the pitch on the 10-metre line, Marlborough's 10-metre, with a put in to Marlborough. The referee not happy there with Eton, perhaps starting the shove before the ball came in. Maybe not happy with the binding over there on the far side of the Eton tight head. Anyway, a penalty given. Frankie Amati puts a lot of air under it. That'll come down. Not far from the Eton 10-metre line. So, first line out for a while. This was a particularly fertile bit of play from in the first half from Marlborough. This unit has worked really well. There, Ed Elliott sneaking in at the front. They used Kirkwood as a decoy. Kirkwood took a lot of balls at the back in the first half, so they've been watching for him. There's James Trigg at first receiver, met hugely fiercely by two Eton tacklers. But the ball comes back on the blind side. Ed Elliott switches the focus of attack, comes back through, breaks the gain line, but brought down. Ollie Bamford out to Will Snooks, who is able to get across the 10-metre. Small amount of ground gained. Back to the forwards. There's Josh Coney. And Harlan Hines on his shoulder gathers it, tidies it up. Excellent work by the flanker, who's never been a flanker before. And there's some space out here now for Marlborough. But unfortunately, receiving attention, the Etonian, quite rightly, the referee calls a halt to proceedings. It's a encouraging looking attacking position for Marlborough, but obviously safety is paramount. And so we will start again, I assume, with a Marlborough scrum from the 10-metre line. The Eton number 5 has been cleared to carry on. Indeed, it is a scrum, and Marlborough will have the put in. It's quite a big blind side here that perhaps Marlborough might think of putting Ollie Bamford. going on there, but I think the ref is saying that you weren't rolling away and that you were lying on top. So Eton have got themselves a penalty. They can relieve the pressure slightly. So a line out to Eton, just near the Marlborough 10-metre line. We've got 20 minutes left to go. 35-minute halves. Standard at this level of rugby to play 70 minutes rather than 80 as the professionals will. So still plenty of time to see Marlborough come back, but Eton are looking potent. One of the Etonians is having his leg looked at, so they've taken the opportunity to have a bit of a breather. Terry Gilmore's coming over to speak to his troops and perhaps give them a few words of encouragement before this line out gets us underway again. I think that's the Eton number 9, the scrum half, just getting some strapping put round his boot to strengthen his ankle perhaps. No sign of him coming off the field, so he'll be good to go in a moment. And we'll be underway again. Eton going back to their reliable 4, and he's gone straight through the middle. It's the second time we've seen that today. Straight through the middle of the ruck, ground made. The ball spills out the back, but Eton have controlled it. And number 8 from a standing start is brought down by Otto Clark, but they've got numbers over here on the blind side. Bit more expansive this time. Great tackle by Harlan Hines in the centre to bring down his opposite number. But Eton come again. And again, more tackles being missed. The ball has, I think, gone forward perhaps into Marlborough hands, but yeah, so Marlborough do have the ball. I think that's Charlie Kirkwood picking up and going from the base. Back into the in-goal area and Amati to clear. It's a great kick, actually. It has found touch. Just outside the 22. A really good clearance by Frankie Amati, relieving the pressure there. Again, the Eton 4 moving up through the line, and he's a constant threat. Clearly the man that they like to go to, and Eton have got a good drive going here, but Marlborough have suppressed it and a good shove of their own on, so it comes out now. Stuck in the midfield, but the ball is quick. And the Eton 15 up in the line, the two wingers out here. Brought down by Jake Hobson. Ball spilled out. It's gone forward, and Marlborough will take the put in at the scrum. So some excellent work there by Ed Elliott and Otto Clark, two of the back rowers. A short delay while one of the Eton pack, I think, gets some attention. Water's going to come on for both teams. So back we go.
Who's winning?
Yes, clearly the Eton have been thinking that they need to make scrum and they could shove on their one on it. Back to Amati. Over the top. That'll run. And it's been kept in field by the thing, who's pitched it to the scrum half. He gets scragged by Ollie Bamford. Harlan Hines is there. And Otto Clark as well. As a good 7 should be. The Eton hooker, who's been very impressive in the tight, barges his way forward. And they're going to box this one, I think. Up it goes. Jake Hobson into the sun this time. Well, limited pressure. Sells a dummy. Out to Snooks. Will Snooks cuts in field. Now Ollie Bamford. Bamford gets stood up, but presents it long and strong, and the ball available. Max Dunn. Alex Morrison did really well there. The player was up very quickly indeed. And Harlan Hines. But that's some pretty supreme jackling from the Etonians there, and I think they've stolen it. It's their tight head who scored that try from 50 metres earlier on. Is there no end of his talents? A lovely tackle by Max Dunn. Ball's gone backwards, but in the open play, the Etonians have spilled the ball forward. So it'll be a Marlborough put in the middle of the field. Lots of space either side. Here's a great opportunity for them to put together a plan. Eton coach imploring his men to use the grey matter between the ears. Will they heed his advice? We shall see. I thought they were doing quite well myself. But
Ex-London Irish player, Matt Eddie. I interviewed him for... View from the bank? Yeah. You're just dying, glorious sunny Sunday afternoon in October. Marvellous crowd out today. Small child
the rugby has its gaps, but we're being entertained by a small child falling over. She's okay though, she's fine, and she's bounced back up. And here is that Marlborough scrum. So a better scrum from Marlborough this time. Off the base, back to Hobson. Hobson to Bamford. Bamford cuts back inside, hands off his opposite number, sets the ball back, and the ball is on its way to Elliott, the number 8. He breaks the tackle and moves through the ball. Now out to Hobson. Hobson to Charlie Kirkwood, who gets through the centres well. Done again. Hobson to Snooks. Snooks breaks the tackle. Cuts back inside and is away again. Great work by Will Snooks. Long strides. Here we go. Hobson to Morrison, the hooker. Sets it back. Good multiple phase rugby here. Hobson again. I think that was Charlie Samuel, but don't take it to the bank. Harlan Hines through the middle. Excellent work that he's doing as a flanker, a jack of all trades today. Hobson keeps the ball and he's caught in contact. The ball's been spilled backwards and Eton have gathered. There, number 8 sets the ball. Eton have got possession in the middle of the field, approaching halfway. Ball is spilled. Otto Clark in there to grab the Eton left wing, but Eton will recycle. Another great tackle there by Charlie Kirkwood, who's hurt himself, but he's worked really hard this afternoon, Charlie, and he's got to keep going. There is no one else he can come on, so he's shaking his head and he's back in. Another marauding run there from one of the large Eton forwards, sapping the strength of the Marlborough team. Some dancing around by the scrum half, and there's that man again, number 4, inside to the left winger, who rides the tackle but has given the ball away. Harlan Hines has got back somehow. Eton have regathered that and they have scored. A bit of desperate, slightly panicked defending has given the ball away right next to the posts, and Eton have gone over. So it's 24-10 with the conversion to come. Marlborough team, I think, will be really quite cross with themselves for that, because they've had a really good passage of play there. They stifled Eton, who had looked really quite strong for a period earlier in the half. And now to go from a position of comparative attacking promise to leaking that try will feel like a real defeat. But the conversion has been missed, so it is 24-10. 2 converted tries would put Marlborough back level. That's saying a lot, but there is time to do that. And I think they're very lucky that that conversion did go left of the posts. Joe? Should it be 24? A box kick, and Jake Hobson again back behind it and again in the sun, but gathers it well. Keeps it in hand. Scragged by the Eton blindside, but stays in field. Ball set back. The Etonian will roll away. It's gone backwards there off Charlie Samuel, and Alex Morrison has managed to regather. That's Zach Dweck, the blindside through the middle. He's already scored a try once today. So getting through some more good work. Back into the pocket. Amati over the top, straight to the Eton 15, who controls it well like a footballer. Puts it over the head of left wing, Freddie Deal. Deal cuts inside, breaks a tackle. He's out in touch, but a penalty's been given. Can't see quite what that's for, but nonetheless, penalty to Marlborough just inside their half, and a chance to regain some territory. Where's James? Where's James? It should be 24, I think.
That was shouting in lowercase. Hello. How are you?
I'm,
Oh, you're like wet.
yeah, it's awful.
It's not water.
It is, I promise you.
How's the match going?
Well, we drew.
You play
but,
right now?
No, I literally nearly just got stuff on.
How can you draw?
So the ball is in touch, and Marlborough will have the throw. The ball is just being retrieved from down one of the slopes, headed towards the Milford Astro, where there's been some girls' hockey going on. So Morrison to throw in.
No, Sunday.
A good one, a first good one for a while. And once again, it was Charlie Kirkwood of Turner, who I think has had a fantastic game in that second row. Otto Clark sets it back. Charlie Samuel, who's getting through a lot of work here in the second half as first receiver, but he's being shoved back unceremoniously by the Etonians. Marlborough do keep the ball, but they're on the back foot. Hobson out to Dweck, I think. There's a Marbruian down at midfield. And the referee has stopped the game as the injured player does need some attention, and quite rightly the game is brought to a halt. I suspect this might be a slightly extended break, so the boys are taking on water on both sides. And we'll bring you more news when we can. So the excellent news is that the injured man, I think it's James Trigg of Summerfield, is on his feet and looks like he'll be able to carry on. That delay was an abundance of caution, as is quite right when a player takes a blow. So the medical teams of both sides ran out to attend to him, which is wonderful to see. And he has been checked over and is happy to carry on. So we will be able to continue in just a moment with a Marlborough penalty. Inside the Eton half on the far side. Francesco Amati with a nice kick takes Marlborough inside or to the very 22 of Eton. As It's worked again well off the back, and the Marlborough line-out has put a great shove on there, but the referee's brought it to a halt as he's saying that Marlborough players are getting ahead of the ball carrier. Anyway, the scrum's been awarded. It's an Eton ball. There was real momentum to that. That's a shame. Very good kick there from inside the 22. Takes the ball just up into the Marlborough half. It'll be a Marlborough throw-in. Clear that without the benefit of many substitutes for either team, both sets of players are a bit weary. We've just seen the Eton 9, who's been a very impressive performer today, come off to good deal of applause, but it's clear that some of the bigger guys especially are feeling it. And Eton have spoiled that through their number 4. The ball spun out to the midfield, and there are some gaps out there now. A great line from their fullback, and he's about 5 metres short. It's brought down. Marlborough have got back, but Eton are close, knocking on the door. Still 5 metres short. Maybe less, maybe 3. Almost a double effort there, but Eton managed to keep the ball and recycle once more. Marlborough have knocked them back a little, but back Eton come again. And the ball's been lost forward over the line. Marlborough have picked it up. And there's some space, or was some space for a brief moment. The referee's blown his whistle. I think he's going to give a knock on over the line from number 4, who's had such a good game. It's really his only mistake that I can think of so far today. He's been extremely good. Eton left winger has come off limping and has been replaced by somebody who I think probably has come down from the second 15 game, which will have finished already, to make sure that they're still able to field 15. I know that Eton had a small bench owing to their illness and injury, similar to that of Marlborough. Ball's jumped out the back. Max Dunn has got it to Jake Hobson, who's put it up, and the Eton fullback, taking a diving catch just outside 22, has held the ball really well. But things are pretty loose, not much form there. Eton look to build the phases. There they are, those front rowers again, pushing off tacklers. They've done that all afternoon, and now there's space outside. Bamford is stretched, and indeed he's beaten. 2-man overlap there, and I think that says all you need to know, really. Eton have executed really well when they've had the opportunities, and Marlborough have just been that little bit too stretched, a little bit too run ragged, frankly. They've done a fantastic job up to this point, but there was little they could do there. It does show the potency of a missed tackle or two, stretching them in that next phase. And well done to Eton for executing so efficiently. So the score stands at 29 points to 10 with this conversion 5 metres in from touch to extend that to 31. It's a sweet strike, but unfortunately, again, just slightly pulled to the left. So 29-10 it remains. There's a lot of tiredness out there, but Marlborough trotting back, still game to carry on, and we enter the last phase of the game with still a lot of pride to play for. It's been a really great performance from both sides, especially, I think, a Marlborough side that has struggled hugely with injuries and illness and last-minute changes, but they've been fantastic. Let's hope that they can really finish it off in fine style as well. There's a turnover in midfield. Zach Dweck comes up with it, out to Ed Elliott, shipped on to Dunn and Amati, and then back inside comes Will Snooks. Alex Morrison, as he has so many times, takes it into contact, comes back off Charlie Kirkwood, but the ball went backwards, so Marlborough keep it, and they will ship it again. Jacob Hobson throwing one out fairly wide for Freddie Deal, who gathers. He's quickly shackled, but the ball comes back quickly and Dunn is there. Hobson, ball come back into the hands of Hobson. Ed Elliott at 8, seeking still to punch holes as he has done all afternoon through the Eton defence. Dunn keeps it, chips over the top. It's a penalty to Marlborough. I think perhaps there was some offside then at the breakdown. That's why Dunn took the opportunity. So Snooks takes it quickly, and we're going to come back, I think, for another penalty. Eton knocked back 10. Will Snooks leaves the ball for his scrum half and captain Max Dunn, who then passes it to Frankie Amati. He's had a quieter second half, Frankie, but he's still been really consistent with his kicking and his catching. And he's one of a number of Marlborough players who's really stood out this afternoon. So there won't be long left. The referee is looking at his watch with fair regularity. Kirkwood moves to the front to take the line out, and Marlborough get the shove on, but Eton have done pretty well to contain that, and perhaps we're looking at a turnover. I think we are. Alex Morrison's hands go in the air as if to say, well, how the hell did that happen, sir? But Eton get the ball and will surely look to clear with a kick. A long, long blow from the outside centre. Puts Amati all the way back behind the Marlborough 10 metre line. He returns the favour. Again, touch not found. The fullback evades tacklers effectively, and again there's a bit of space. Here's that outside centre. A great tackle from Harlan Hines to bring him down just as he was getting into his stride. Harlan Hines, the Swiss Army knife of rugby players this afternoon. A fullback who plays flanker. That's what we like to see. Max Dunn not giving up, tackling everything that moves, but Eton have the ball. And they're moving through the phases well. The ball's coming back pretty quickly on the Eton side most of the time, and that's giving them an advantage, of course. Back inside. Great tackling there from, I think, Charlie Samuel. It's gone out to that man again, number 4, who's released the substitute winger. And he's been tackled and touched by Frankie Amati, but that will be the last play of the day because the referee's blown his whistle. Eton worthy victors, 29 points to 10. But a really good game. It was 12-10 at half-time, and Marlborough, I think, really did a fantastic job, frankly, given the arduous circumstances they found themselves in, not only this week but particularly today with late dropouts because of illness. And both teams managed to put on a really good spectacle for this festival of sport, and there was some wonderful play, some great tries, full commitment from both sides. No major injuries to speak of, which is great, and I'm sure most, if not all, of the boys will be playing for both of their schools again very, very soon, and a good day's rugby all round. So final whistle here on Hammersley, 29 points to 10, a victory for Eton, but I think that the Marlborough team can be justly proud of a good effort that they've made. Really impressive stuff all round.